This is a clouds weather alert. Good early Friday morning. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center coming on the air right now for a severe thunderstorm warning in towards southeastern Georgia. I know we had one that went to 7:45 for just a very small section of Pierce. We decided not to jump in for that because by 7:45, still not quite in the area. And then it looks like about 7:49 here. The Weather Service in Jacksonville did issue another warning here for parts of Pierce County until about 8:15 at 7:48. A severe thunderstorm is located there 7 miles north of Bristol or 12 miles south of Surrey, moving east at 40, but really a southeastern type movement, just kind of scraping our northern edges here of our area in terms of Pierce County right now, but eventually it'll be getting into toward Glenn County there as well. So we have areas there like Jessup, a lot of these not quite in our area, but we do have a little bit of Pierce in this, is right on the edge. You see an advisory further back now with some more of this action just popping up, but with that brownish type of box. But Jessup, Gardy, Scriven there, as well as Offerman, Bristol, New Lacey, and Broadhurst there, as we're looking at the overall situation. So jumping in here this morning, as we're watching things, as we're tracking things with the overall meteorology, just trying to keep you guys safe here and informed. It's Friday morning, it's Juneteenth morning here, so some of you guys may not have to get up early there. As we're looking at the overall situation. But some of you guys do have to maybe go out to work and you might be getting caught out in this. So I just got to be very mindful here of the severe thunderstorm situation. Again, a little bit of Pierce County here involved, northeastern Pierce. So let's go ahead and look at some of the velocities here. This is really just scraping right on by. It's a tricky situation because, we saw the warning kind of go away here too. And may have kind of crossed just for a brief moment there right in toward northern Pierce, but now the worst of the seams. We're kind of displaced on the radar, so we have to be careful. We have to be kind of careful here. It may be a little bit further south. It could be, this is close enough, it could be displaced a little, but going to be crossing more into toward parts of Wayne County, which is not our area. Bacon County is just north of our area, and Appleton as well, but Pierce County is in the area here. So again, a tricky situation here this morning. As we're looking at things, you see Offerman officially in the warning. They're just kind of edging and erring on the side of caution. So again, now this back here is more we're going to have to watch in our area further down. Now this here we will have to watch for Glenn County though some as we look at some of the different angles here. We're just kind of giving you guys that very latest. Talking about 40 miles an hour off toward the east here with the movement. So let's go ahead here and kind of track this a little bit. We'll go ahead and kind of track some of this activity. As you can kind of see, maybe getting in north parts of Glenn County by 8:30 this morning, so another half an hour, but just right on the edge there of Pierce County. This is just barely in our area here. Literally going by, maybe a mile in with some of the heaviest rain around Scuffletown Road. As we're looking at things, the wind enhancement looks to be just north, and it looks pretty robust. As we see 54 miles an hour, I'll scrub back here a frame or two, and we'll kind of look at the situation here as things do evolve as we track them. Again, just kind of watching things on that radar view. We'll go ahead and look here. You see 49 miles an hour was the story a few minutes ago in far northern Pierce. We got the new warning there coming on out, and then kind of switching back over in toward adjacent zones there. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the latest this morning. Again, you see around the Alma, Georgia area, they're getting hammered with some heavy rain, some gusty winds. Let's track some of this here as the situation does progress. So we're going to go ahead and do some tracking here of this as we do monitor things here with the overall meteorology. Again, I know that oscillator's down, which is not helping us out here this morning. Granted, the Jacksonville radar is starting to come into pretty good focus here, but it would be nice to have that second opinion with some of the winds. We have the Robbins radar. We don't have it in our system, but that's something you could kind of use maybe further up, but get an idea on the fringes. But just continuing to give you guys the very latest here movement east at 40 with this down to the south. So let me watch the movement here over the last little bit. You can kind of see that. I know there's a flash flood warning back where we used to cover out there toward Irwin and out there toward parts of Ben Hill. It's, a nasty situation out there with all this coming on in. But Again, just watching things here, just tracking things with the overall setup, with the overall meteorology here, and we're going to go ahead. So our time of arrival was set. It was set earlier when I was using it for 55, when I was getting a graphic out for social media. We're going to go 40 here. We're going to go 40 here right now. And we're going to go ahead and track this. So some of this will be getting more into, pure solidly. Not warned right now like this far northern periphery is, but we'll watch the trends here closely. This would get more down in towards southeast Georgia here as the situation does evolve. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. This is just right there on the edge. Maybe it might be dipping just barely into Pierce there around Scenic Road, because this could be displaced just enough. I mean, this is within a mile. I mean, as I go ahead and use our measurement tool, I mean, within a half a mile, really. So Scenic Road, Chancey Road, maybe getting some damage in wind gusts here as we're looking at this in far northern Pierce County this morning. Not out of the question, but this next line is what's going to be the bigger issue for Pierce, and then this is going to be, getting into ward areas there around Wayne. That's not our area, but this is our area in Glenn. If this holds together, this warning goes away at 8:15, we may get a warning more into Glenn, and that would be an issue for more of us, including parts of the I-95 corridor. Maybe traveling for this holiday weekend. You have a 3-day weekend, and you have Juneteenth today, you have Father's Day on Sunday, so some of you guys might be out on the roads early, some different routines here, and may get caught out in some of this. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario. Again, this is right on the edge here, right on the edge as we go ahead and monitor things here. Technically, that's really just outside of the area, assuming there's not radar displacement. Again, this is where our covered area, and let me try to draw that again, because I know we have our warnings here, but let me go ahead and try to kind of, we have the boxes, the polygons. We have one warning right now. You can kind of see here, just trying to give you guys the latest. Really, a lot of this is just staying just north here of this line, so. But this is going to start to come on in here as we look over the next few minutes. It's not officially warned, as we get, on this part of the line. So it's a tricky situation with the message in here this morning, because we actually did have a warning for Pierce there that went out until 7:45, but we didn't accept the damage and wind into Ward Pierce until maybe the radar scan after, and then we didn't have a warning reissued at 7:49. So again, by then it started going out of our area. So that's just the way things go sometimes here. As we're looking at this situation with the Doppler, I didn't want to jump in here with like severe headers I had it ready, but just didn't want to jump in with a severe header there if we didn't actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in play there for parts of our counties. So just trying to, make sure I'm messaging this the best we can. Kind of tricky. It's unusual to have a line coming in out of Georgia, from the north, northwest to the southeast here like that. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Of course, if there was a tornado warning or something, would have jumped right in, no matter how little of a geographic area the warning was covering. But it's just kind of tricky here this morning. This may be just barely into Pierce right now. On the map, it's not, but it's possible. There could be just enough displacement as it's hitting Scenic Road, but this looks to be just north, about to be crossing US 84 as we look at the overall situation. So again, just trying to monitor things the best we can here for you as the situation does evolve. Again, trying to let you guys know here what we're dealing with, trying to know what we're dealing with. There's a little bit of weak rotation maybe right on the edge here, right on the edge. So we're just going to have to monitor things here very carefully, for, our neighbors in areas like Wayne, but then eventually into Ward Glenn County here as well. As we're going to be watching things. Again, our area, the line for that, I know getting really specific here because that's been kind of right on the edge of our area here, even going back last night. And, when it gets over this line here, this is in our area. So down in here's our area, but up here's not officially. So kind of a tricky situation with the messaging here this morning. Let me remind you guys of our 38 counties here, trying to give you guys the very latest on the situation. I know you can see where Pierce and Brantley and Glenn are. Brantley not necessarily getting this right away, but Glenn would be more so. They might give Brantley some type of edge in terms of drawing a box in there. We'll see, but it'd be more in the Glen on the next polygon potentially. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Trying to give you guys the very latest here. That's this is further up, and that's rotating. We may get, this is right there south and east of the Alma area. As we're looking there, we're trying to watch this carefully. That may get a tornado warning. It's pretty far up on the Doppler. We don't have another radar to go to because Valdosta's down, but that's a little bit of a spin there. That's just outside of our area, but that's going to be moving in here. It's going to be moving out of Bacon County and in toward parts of our area here in Pierce County. We may get a tornado warning on this, folks. Not a guarantee, but so that's now justifying this part of this if a thunderstorm warning further down. This one, this edge, this one's actually going to go in it now. That latest scan here really shows it. You can watch how things just came together there all of a sudden on that scan here more intently. Again, watching this here, that intensity ramping on up. I see just outside of our area, copy Jeff Davis now under a flash flood warning. But again, we may get something here, but let's just go ahead and start warning some folks as we look here. New Lacey, Lamb right there. As we're seeing the community of coffee, there's some weak rotation on the Doppler algorithms. As we look there, got to be kind of mindful of the situation as we look here in the path. Assuming this is just outside of the area right now, but this could just be one weird scan, don't get me wrong, but, some heavy rain and some gusty winds if nothing else, and that's about to move into the viewing area there. So you guys need to be ready at least, and we'll see the next scan, but at least be thinking about where you'd want to go if we were to get a tornado warning for parts of northern Pierce. Be ready to take those tornado precautions. Let's remind you guys of what those are. It's early here, you're just getting out of bed, maybe getting ready for work. That interior room on the lowest level is always a safe option for any home. So again, we need to be ready here. I know this has been an odd situation with, having so many things right on the edge of our area like this, and the model's not handling things that great for parts of our area here. This stuff coming in really early on in toward the timeline in terms of coming in from that northern periphery down toward the south. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here, reminding you guys of our 38 counties. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here for sure in terms of that very latest information. It's just, my commitment to you guys here, trying to keep you guys informed here as things do develop, as things do evolve. So again, just trying to keep you informed here, checking the very latest updates. Just trying to see here where we're at with things meteorologically. See if we get any type of upgrades. I'm going to check our scans behind the scenes. I'm just trying to check some of the different metrics here. Again, appreciate you tuning in here. I'll check for questions, comments in just a moment as we're trying to get through some stuff here with the overall meteorology. Again, we're with you here. Trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening. Again, just making sure we don't get a quick tornado warning here. Just appreciate you tuning in here. Trusting me, it's an early hour. We were up really late. We were on to about 2 with the latest updates here. I'm going to go ahead and go over here and just continue to watch things. Looks like Thomas is watching on YouTube. Appreciate you tuning in there, Thomas, as we're looking at the overall situation here. Again, just, wanting to give you guys the very latest. Let me go ahead and jump back on over right now as we look at our velocity mode. You can see some of this heavier rain coming on in here, maybe some gusty winds coming in toward parts of northern Pierce County. This next frame will probably have it in there. That rotation, there's still some broad rotation here. It's not overwhelming, but, we're pretty high up on the Doppler scans. So, again, just appreciate you guys tuning in here, trusting me this morning. So you see some of this stronger wind coming in toward northern Pierce now. A little bit of a Boeing segment. Just trying to loop things around again. Some weak rotation with this on that southern periphery. Let me go ahead and look here. Check some information. County power outage total. We've had a lot of damage reports off to the north and west. You see some of these different areas here. That's a decent number out. Unfortunately, end of ward areas there. I know we had a question about Nashville, Georgia. We don't, cover Nashville, Georgia area anymore like we used to, but that zone out there ended up having a decent number of power outages, unfortunately, as we're looking out that way. So some of that, weather impact there for sure. As we're kind of looking, it's just one of those numbers. But I'm going to click on our storm report here. Berrien County there. Fallen trees on State Road 125 eastbound there about 1 in the morning. As we were looking at that there, 6 miles east northeast of Lenox. That's not our area there, but just kind of giving you guys the very latest on the situation, in terms of that overall storyline. There's a lot of rain that's coming on and may end up getting a flash flood warning in North Pierce County here. These flash flood warnings we have so far outside of our area, but again, just something to, monitor here. You see how much rain last 3 hours, that's at least 2 inches. Let's go back 6 hours there. Those flash flood warnings. Some areas getting upward about 3 inches there. As we're tracking. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here. Again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning to 8:15. The decision will have to be made here pretty quick on what to do in terms of, if we're going to get another warning. So we have more that's kind of backing on in here. This is the area heading toward US 301. That's not our area there, but of course 301 runs right through Stark. So if you decided to take a trip up 301 this morning, you may be encountering this there up toward areas that are south of Jessup, as we're looking over there in parts of Wayne County. So, but again, this warning does include parts of Pierce there for another 5 minutes. Again, now 4 minutes as we look at our clock here, as we give you guys the very latest on the situation. Just scrubbing back and forth here. Just trying to keep you guys informed. You see all these, again, flash flood warnings there. So much rain, there's copious amounts there, a shorter period of points. Let's go to 12-hour. This is kind of on the periphery. So let me, see it a little bit better here, but multiple inches. These might be underdone a little bit compared to what actually fell in the broader timeline and localized spots. So right on the edge of some of the Doppler scans. We still got a flood watch for Bainbridge, by the way, until tomorrow. Got some more lightning way back toward Montgomery. So it's up to see here. This is a tricky pattern. It's not, the easiest one to figure out. Let's pull up our forecast model here. For those of you guys just waking up, it's showing a whole bunch of stuff coming on in here through the day. So, eventually we clear out in toward the evening. Might be time to take a nap then in toward the evening. Because, again, I was here with covered about 2, then, watching things to after 3, and then back up before about 7 to try to give you guys the latest watching things here in toward the Weather Center. But, heard my warning to the north pop one up and got everything ready here so we could be ready to jump in with coverage. But again, you can see here US 84s, we're looking off from in there. You see some of these different roads. Again, right now getting into northern parts of Pierce County. Some of this wind enhancement here north of Mercon. Let me loop this back around here. Again, watching the progress of the activity. And this one area seems to weaken based on this radar scan, but then we've had this area kind of become more dominant. We'll have to see if they decide to issue a warning down more into Ware County here with our latest updates coming in soon. We'll just have to kind of see how things progress here. Have to see how things kind of progress here with the overall meteorology. So again, just trying to see exactly what's going on here. You can see where things are geographically. Let me go ahead. I know we're right on the edge of the radar, so it's kind of hard to know exactly what type of winds are reaching. But the movement was east at 40, but really, it's kind of east-southeast. So let's kind of do a storm track on some of this here. So you see Offerman, Patterson there in the next about 15 minutes or so with this coming on through. We have Hortense there later on down the line. Maybe Thalman there in the 9 o'clock hour. Again, trying to watch the progress of this. Again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Okay, so the latest update 8:15, the warning went away, but we'll have to see if they decide to go with another warning here as we look ahead. We're so far from the radar. Some of these scans look weaker right now, but this one did weaken, it seems. The lightning count's holding pretty steady, though, in this frame, which is a sign of intensity, whether it's really getting, maybe stronger, the accent, or if the accent's getting a little bit weaker. So we'll just kind of watch things. We'll just kind of watch things here. We'll see what they decide to do, but this is some high rainfall, in terms of those rates here. Heavy rainfall for sure. 5 inches if it fell continuous for an hour. A lot of this is pretty heavy, so that's, maybe 3 inches in an hour, kind of coming in here toward parts of northern Pierce. So we have to be kind of vigilant on that, side of things here too. Not this the severe weather type of aspect in terms of wind or maybe rotation, but there's some weak rotation, weak, but still there northeast of Mercon and northwest of Bristol. So we'll see if they go with a significant advisory here, if we get another severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a significant advisory further back, but on this lead edge right now, officially there's not anything. Now we do have, it looks like a flood advisory there further back. That's to 11 o'clock, and that's outside of our area, but it does include like coffee, where we used to cover up in there. There's a flash flood warning for another part of coffee, though, further back. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Looks like we have 12 of you guys watching on YouTube right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. And make sure you hit that like button, subscribe button if you're watching here as we're looking at 8:18 a.m. On this Friday. That's the Juneteenth here, the 19th day of the month of June 2026. So, okay, they went with an advisory overall warning now. Let me go ahead and read this off here. Okay, they're talking about a Doppler was tracking a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a landspout 7 miles southeast of Alma there, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Landspouts, wind gusts of 45 to 55 miles an hour. Pea-sized hail a possibility. When they say landspout there, they mean, in theory, that's a weak tornado, but it's not really enough to, be issuing like a tornado warning. It's just broad spin that might try to reach the surface here. We have Blackshear, Patterson, around Scriven there, Offerman, Alma, Jamestown, Bristol, New Lacey. Again, we don't actually have an official warning now for our area end of that. 8:15 mark. They issued this advisory here, 8:17, saying that it could end up being, a landspout and wind gust there of 45 to 55 and pea-sized hail. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. Let me go ahead and look here at some more information. These higher rainfall numbers may get us a flash flood warning, into here as we look. Something like this, maybe. I mean, of course, we're talking about for our area down in here. So just have to be kind of watching that, that way here with the overall meteorology. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in here, trusting me. 8:20 a.m. is that time. Again, if you're watching, make sure, you hit that like button there so you see this more in your feed. You hit that subscribe button there. As you'll be able to, even enable notifications here and know when I'm going live to give you guys that very latest. Of course, we'll have a 5:30 so, but probably have to break in more in between if we do actually jump off here. I'm not sure if we will, because we may get a flash flood warning here, as these are some high rainfall rates, moving through Merced, Bristol here at this moment. Again, could get another severe thunderstorm warning, something along those lines here too, but these are your rainfall totals. But let's go over to rainfall rate. I mean, if that, it's not going to sit over that same area with that rate for a whole hour, but that's 7-inch rates an hour according to the scan here. Let's go ahead and look at some of the other information. We have the flood risk product, and that's really hitting it hard here, just northwest of the area. Very high risk of flash flooding as we're looking into, as we're tracking things there around Broxton, and in the Alma area. You can see not quite as much there into northern Pierce, but it's still considered high. So just have to kind of see here what's going on in terms of that overall storyline. So you can see that always stands out like a sore thumb there. Take off the alerts, and I mean, You see some out way west in the country, but that flash flooding risk really standing out like a sore thumb here. We tilt this back around. Gets in the northern wear here a little bit. Some of the more rural areas, which is helpful, obviously. Maybe we already drain a little bit better, but right around the community of Beach there in northern Ware County. And then also in toward northern Pierce County, just north of Mershon, around Scuffletown Road, Wind Drive, Evan Road here, Virginia Road, Boyette Road, maybe some flash flooding here. That could end up becoming a storyline as we look ahead in the timeline. Watching some weak rotation here as well. Granted, that's, that right now is in far northern Pierce in our area. Around, it looks like Tooten Drive, Poplar Road. Gonna be tracking this here over the next little bit. Kind of see some of this movement here. Something like this. I just feel like we're not going to be quite done with this here as we look at the overall situation, because this is kind of an anomaly. We don't generally get this that often dipping in like this here. And we have our day one SPC outlook, our whole area under a severe risk here today. It's a marginal though, it's a 1 out of 5. So isolated is scattered here in terms of those severe conditions, in terms of maybe a few severe warnings here and there is what this would generally indicate. But again, it's for a whole area. So it could end up leading to quite a few polygons here, depending on how we destabilize. I mean, when we were on, at 2 a.m. or so, we were talking about those temperatures here are really warm with the heat index values and haven't changed that much here. I mean, almost 80 degrees here at this point. And then what it feels like the heat index out there, I mean, already feeling like 92 in Perry and 90 in Live Oak here. So I really never, went down too much there during those nocturnal hours. So this is where we're at here, and some just muggy air, high precipitable water values. Again, our whole area under the marginal here today. You can see that. I'll put the alerts back under, but again, you can see the wind risk here. A little bit of weak rotation. Again, land spout, not out of the question there north of Bristol and Aspenwell. That latest scan, tad bit weaker, but right there around Scenic Drive, maybe, some type of wind enhancement that approaches 60. But right now, there's not an official warning, so that's the good news. Again, trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed. Just appreciate everybody here watching this morning with me. Got 13 of you guys watching there over on YouTube. It's an early hour, but we're here trying to give you the latest. Again, this wind here doesn't look all that impressive in the broad sense. But you see some very, very heavy rain, torrential downpours coming in across northern Pierce this morning. We're going to be watching in Brantley. We had that wildfire situation. If you're watching, down, if you were looking into where Brantley County, it was just so terrible. As we look in there, I'm going to be getting into some of this here probably on that periphery as this kind of drops on down some on this angle. You can see the advisors if you kind of extend those out, but some of this kind of coming on in here. Again, I'm still here with you, just looking at the very latest. Some higher rainfall totals north of our area in the last 12 hours. But then we'll go over to 24, and let's even make it 2 days. This, remnant event here, in terms of what is left to author, that impact and the boundary here just caused extreme rain out west. Just some crazy, crazy numbers. It was more like 2 feet if I click in it there, and then you can just see some crazy numbers here, not near much closer to home, but still noteworthy. As we're looking right here just north of the area, and we're going to be adding up there. Northern Pierce County. This is all going to have to work its way through. All this here, that's going to be that might end up, if the radar is reading this right, that could end up being like 4 inches of rain we end up getting there in Northern Pierce, give or take. That's a lot of heavy rain there. Again, we already have flash flood warnings back west, so we don't have any official warnings in our area right now. I'll keep the stream going. I think that's the best thing to do right now, and we'll jump back in here as the conditions warrant. So we're going to leave this running without any audio, but if I need to jump back in, which I probably will, but not a guarantee, as we watch, at least for Southeast Georgia, if this kind of goes off without, as much intensity as I'm thinking here, then maybe we drop, that stream here, we drop that stream and then start another one back here when things start to become a little bit more, concerning later on. As I'll see our forecast model here, you can see it tries to really bring stuff in from the west there. Let me just see where that's kind of coming from here on our radar real quick, because we have to switch over to a different view for this. Some of this back out in here maybe is where it's kind of reading. Yeah, that's kind of edging north for now. We'll have to just see if things kind of gather here more. The models have had a really tough time with this, so have to kind of monitor things, on the fly here. And let me just kind of, keep a view up here, leave it on a certain view. We'll loop this here to past hour. As we watch up there, right on the periphery. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I'm trying to give you guys the very latest on the situation. Right now we don't have any formal warnings locally, but again, that could kind of change here at a moment's notice. Just appreciate you tuning in here, trusting me. See if we have any more questions, comments. Just, appreciate everybody watching this morning. I'll be back here as conditions warrant. Moving around here in the Weather Center, looking at some of the different screens. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed, and I'll leave the radar running. We'll pop back in here as warranted, so keep it tuned to cloudy weather. I'll keep you up to date. Hope you guys are having a good morning out there. Some of you guys aren't with the storm acting up north, but a lot of you guys are staying dry right now, and that's some good news in terms of, trying to start that day off right. But just be mindful here whenever thunder roars, go indoors. I know we have some different things going on for Juneteenth here today, so just be mindful of the weather in case things do deteriorate towards your community. You can get those lightning alerts there on the Cloud Weather app that is available in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Apple there, you can get that. It's labeled Casey Cloud Weather, and in Google Play, it's Clouds Weather. So make sure you download that. You have the interactive radar where you can actually zoom in when I'm not zooming in there. It is on cloudweather.com. As we're looking at things, I see a new flash flood warning. Let me see if this includes any of our area. I don't think it does. Let me just double check here. Bacon and coffee. We used to cover coffee, not anymore though. Not ever covered bacon there, but they're under that till 10:30, and to see if that kind of eventually gets extended down into Ward Pierce County And if so, we'll be back here with the updates on that. But a lot of heavy rain coming on in here. As I know the Weather Service talking about, they're off toward the north and west. Some of the areas they're already getting between 3 inches, and at the high end and an inch and a half at the low end, with additional amount of 1 to 2 inches possible. Meaning some areas could end up with 5 inches, and that could be the same story. I said 4. Yeah, 5 may end up being, on the high end here, a possibility for northern Pierce County, and then even into Glenn County here, if this kind of holds together as well, over into here. So, we're watching this train here of moisture this morning, kind of coming on in, something like this, maybe into Brantley some, but north of that lines, we're always seeing a lot of this train on in here. So we got to be really careful. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Important to keep in mind here. You don't want to, it's the daytime, so that helps a little, but you don't want to cross into a flooded roadway here, and it's a situation you can't see how deep the water is. You just got to really use that best judgment. Turn around and avoid it, because otherwise you could get caught up in that. You try to get out of your car, only 6 inches of flowing water is all it takes to knock you down and really put your life in danger here. So really need to be careful. We're going to keep you up to date here in the Weather Center as the situation does evolve. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. It's early, but we're here with you. We're trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, your family, and I'll be back here as necessary. But for now, I'm going to leave the radar running on this stream on the different platforms. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping back in here on this Friday morning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of the area at 9:30 a.m. Tracking for parts of Glenn and Brantley in the viewing circle. Northwestern Glenn, northeastern Brantley counties there, southeastern Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning also includes Wayne there, where we have some rotation right now. That's just outside of our coverage area. Weak rotation. There's a tornado possible tag, but this warning predominantly for those damaging wind conditions, potentially up to 60 miles an hour. At 8:55, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles south of Gardy, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. So Everett, Thalman, and Mount Pleasant could be impacted. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly there from severe thunderstorms. I know if you were to spot a tornado, go once into that small central room in a sturdy structure. Hopefully you don't actually end up spotting a tornado this morning, but definitely something to be mindful of. So again, just trying to keep you guys updated here on the situation, trying to keep you guys updated here as things evolve. You can kind of see here a little bit of that rotation there for sure. They keep scrubbing back and forth here between some of the different modes of the Doppler. Maybe, not quite as tight. We actually had a shear marker show up here on the screen just a few moments ago there up into Ward Wayne County. So again, you can kind of see here, it looks like it's drifting a little bit further south in some of these scans. So this might scrape here, before it gets into Glen. It may be starting to get into Brantley right now. I mean, in terms of some of this. So that latest scan there is starting to become a little more apparent. As we look there, it just starts to kind of edge down to the south a bit. So kind of interesting how things have been, switching around on us here just a tad bit here this morning with this again. Brantley and Glendale 9:30, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. I mean, if there were to be a possible tornado, it probably, let me go to our 1-hour shear product. I know it doesn't show up perfectly. We're kind of far from the radar, but I mean, I'll just kind of see here when we're watching some of this spin, and if there's any type of spin trying to get down, it's probably still just right there near the county line between Wayne and getting there toward parts of course, Brantley County. But again, ultimately getting into Ward Glen here pretty soon. So just kind of draw this line out a little bit more here as we look at the overall situation. So. Again, officially, we're seeing this until 9:30 with the warning. You see that little notch there, kind of like an inflow notch is what, would be the best description here of this as we look and as we monitor. You see how it kind of started coming together some, and we got this thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So again, watching things here carefully. Those latest scans don't necessarily have that now with the shear marker, but you still see that rotation there, that notchiness going on. Again, it's early in the day for this. It's, but here we are, 9:02 a.m. on this Friday, this holiday, this Juneteenth, and we're here with you, giving you the latest on some potentially severe weather in our northern areas. So. We don't necessarily see this that much in June here, but we still have that influenza author of boundary involved, and don't normally have severe weather at 9 in the morning here in June. But again, we've had a lot of heavy rain too to the northwest. We have multiple flash flood warnings just northwest of the area. May end up getting some, to get us into like Pierce and maybe into Glen. Again, watching things on that Doppler scan and trying to keep you guys informed here. We're just trying to see here what is going on with the overall setup. Just trying to see here how things evolve. I know, if it tightens up, we definitely could see a tornado warning. I know if you were watching from Duval County as well, things are all calm there at this moment. But I'm just trying to let you guys know here the storyline. Just trying to let you guys know the storyline here with the overall meteorology. It's so important to stay on top of things here. Again, checking some of the different sources. I know. Trying to verify some stuff here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back on in here. We have some weather statements off to the north and west. But then we have the severe thunderstorm here, the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Glenn County at 9:30. Some weak rotation. Some damage and wind potential there, be more likely in the broader sense. But just again, appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate everybody trusting me here with the very latest. So the movement is southeast at 25 miles an hour. So pretty, slow compared to what we were tracking with some of these a little bit earlier on in terms of this activity. And that's really enhancing some of that heavy rainfall threat here, that flash flooding threat. As we look here, we're going to look at the flood risk product. And you see some of that's just edging into our area, but that's probably going to extend down pretty soon. But let's do a storm track on this. We're going to do southeast there, 25 miles an hour. So Brunswick at 9:54 with some of this impact, but some of these other small communities that I'm going to show you now before that here. As we look at things this morning, let me go ahead and move this over so you can see this a little bit better. Again, you can kind of see where we're talking with this in terms of some of the different communities. Like, looks like even the Boise State area there at 9:31. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Trying to keep you informed. Again, looking here tight, some of these different scans. Right there in the parts of Brantley County around Browntown. I mean, remember we had a fire situation there back in the month of April here. Now they're getting some of this rain and maybe even some damage and winds coming on in here on some of these latest scans. I mean, that's 46. That's 42. And this is also coming into northwestern Glenn County. Thalman there, Everett. Again, definitely being very mindful here of the situation. You don't see just a huge amount of lightning right in the warning. A lot of that's just north of the warning, at least, in terms of what we had. I mean, so maybe not quite as much. Let's check here. I mean, I'm going to broaden it and watch our number. I mean, it's gone up, and then in the last couple frames, it went down just a little, but a lot of that's further back there. In this frame here, started jogging back down, but I had jogged up some there in terms of the overall number. Just not seeing a whole bunch of lightning right in the box here, except on the far northern fringes. I'm surprised I went more a little bit further down is where I'm, kind of getting at here with my story in terms of this meteorology, scenario. So again, let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. Okay, we have our new SPC outlook out for today. We had the one, for today one at 2 o'clock, but now at 8:44, we had a new one come out, in terms of, that update for day one. Still that marginal risk for the entire area here. Going to be paying attention through the day. By the evening, hopefully the threat will start to wane on us here, but right now we still have to be very mindful as this activity comes on in. This is east of US 301, by the way, for perspective. See a marine warning just getting issued out there to parts of Glenn, in the coastal zones of that until about 10:15. Again, seeing some of that green and red here, but it's, not extreme type of rotation or we'd have a tornado warning, but you see 48 there, 60. Okay, that's not what we want to see. That could be damage and wind there in our area. Right there on Atkinson Road, Campbell Road there, Browntown Road. I mean, that's why we had the fire situation there, right in the vicinity of where we lost a lot of homes. there in toward Brantley County. So not a good situation there at all. Not a good situation at all. You know, when I say not good, I mean, you know, of course, what we had back then and then now, you know, this is nothing compared to what they had back in April with, you know, all the homes being burned down. I mean, at this point, I mean, it's just, you know, it's such a, you know, long process here. This isn't, you know, something that is just, you know, just absolutely terrible in terms of the imminent impact because things were already just so terrible back then. I mean, it's just, I mean, just after just so much destruction and things just burnt to the ground there with the wildfire situation back in April, you know, it's just, I mean, it's just, you know, it does add insult to injury a little bit if you were to get some trees down, though, on your property, something like that with some of this wind. But still, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Some very strong winds and the velocity product now in northern parts of the Brantley County area. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in here. You know, just if you're watching, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Like if you're on YouTube, it looks like 23 of you guys are watching right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. I see we have, you know, some different comments about the marine warning and then this, you know, about the radar. Yeah, we wish that wasn't down, but unfortunately it is. I mean, it's starting to get more into the Jacksonville jurisdiction in terms of the overall angle anyway. But still, as we were tracking some stuff, it's always helpful to have another radar here on hand for sure. As we go ahead and look here, the latest scans here, moving toward, looks like Poplarville there. You see right around Browntown. There's some stronger winds here. Moving on in. Right now, I mean, right over Carl Burney Road, Jones Road, the Rattler Run area, Old Post Road. Remember, these are some of the ones we heard about in the wildfire situation. I know Browntown Road and Old Post Road come to mind here. And here we are with some severe weather, some winds sound pretty strong on the radar. I mean, we're up at about almost 4,000 feet on the Doppler, but still, it's a situation here that, these could be reaching down and causing some additional damage, maybe knocking some power lines down in the vicinity. And, this will also be getting off into toward western Glenn County there around Thalman over the next little bit. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. Just appreciate everybody watching, just trying to give you guys the latest. Hope everybody's having a good morning. Looks like if you were Mr. Hugo watching there, and just, hope everybody's doing well here this morning. I'm a little tired myself, but because I was here, with updates in about 2, and then, I was here watching things and, wake till probably almost 4 and back up here at 7, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, we're just going to go ahead and see some of this wind here. You can see around 51 miles an hour. As we look, that's a little weaker on that latest scan, it looks like there, but you just never know this high up. Could still have some damage there. Browntown, around the Poplarville area. Just be very mindful here. And this is getting into northwestern Glenn County. So, okay, we now have a flash flood warning now locally. So, this moving southeast at 25 miles an hour with our severe thunderstorm warning situation. But now, flash flood warning includes parts of Pierce County until 12:15. Kind of as we were alluding to there, so seeing that heavy rain at 9:13 a.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are expected there. In some cases, it's at least a possibility there in the warned area. So flash flooding either ongoing or may end up beginning here soon, as we're looking toward areas like Patterson and Offerman there, that vicinity. So flash flood warning now, Patterson and Offerman to 12:15, for instance, inward parts of Pierce County. You see all that heavy rain, Rason, Bristol, Aspinwall. Again, flash flood warning potential for at least in some cases. It's a pretty rural area, but at least in a few spots could have a little bit of a rapid water rise here. So not what you want to see. That's what a flash flood warning kind of is compared to a regular flood warning. Regular flood warning, maybe slower and in more, urban areas there sometimes that are more poor drainage. This here, the rates are just so high, and this can happen in an urban area too, but here it's more rural. The rates are just so high, you could, in theory, have water rises that are pretty quick and pretty, dangerous here for folks. Because there's some very heavy rain, rates here that have been tracking 2 to 3 inches have already fallen, with additional 1 to 3 possible. So now maybe, maybe we get to a half a foot in a few spots. You're saying at least 4, maybe 5 now. Could end up being 6-inch totals here in a few isolated spots here in northern Pierce County. So you see this wind here? Back out right there into World War III counties kind of come together there with Wayne and Brantley and Glenn. Again, you see 54 miles an hour. Definitely some damage and wind potential. Let's check some of the power outage numbers here. These are, interesting storms. They don't necessarily get this type of, acts on this type of day or this time of day, this type of angle here very often. So but we have that remnant, the remnants of author, a boundary involved. Just a lot of weird stuff going on that are, anomalies here. And this is what we can get when we have anomalies. A few outages there just northwest of the area. We'll have to see if those start to show up more toward our covered area here as we look, as we track. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Looks a little broader here, but we still have some pretty strong wind pixels in here. That's 51. That's 49. That's 48. Right there on that line between Brantley and, of course, Glenn. So, warning goes for another 13 minutes officially. Let's look at some of the different products here for the last little bit. Let's go to Rainfall, some more of that information. 1 hour totals according to the Weather Service's information here. You can see, oh wow, that's really getting up there then compared to what some of the other products were showing even. Showing 4 inches there in just the last hour right there on Rason. So the other products aren't going to show it as much. Right on the edge of the radar, so I kind of would go more the way these rates have looked. This is possible, I think. It's not, this is just so heavy of downpours here. I feel like 4 inches in the last hour, maybe, maybe more indicative even than what some of our other products are showing. We're just kind of far, so I might have not been reading things perfectly, and this may be, maybe a better estimate. I'm gonna look at some things here behind the scenes and just try to figure some things out with these rates here. Just all about protecting you, your friends, your family this morning. I have another system here that just what we used to use. It's showing close to 3 in the last hour there. So just kind of looking through some different information. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me, all 28 of you guys watching right now over on YouTube. Just really appreciate you guys tuning on in. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family, informing you, your friends, your family. Just if you're watching, make sure you hit that like button so you see this in your feed more in terms of the coverage. So, when I'm coming on here in the future, more people can be warned here about, potential severe weather dangers and, flash flooding dangers here, just different weather hazards. And then just want to really be mindful here as we're looking at things. Just to really, hitting the subscribe button is free there, and that's something that can really be helpful here in terms of, just getting things out there too. With the overall weather storyline as we look at things and as we track things. So, okay, we just got an update on the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go ahead and look at that here. Again, looking through our information. Let's get over here now. Okay, so still a tornado possible tag. At 9:19, a severe thunderstorm was located over Thalman there. Talking about 12 miles northwest of Dock Junction. Moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Ever at Thalman, both under the warning. I know, still can't rule out a quick spin up tornado. Remain alert for a funnel cloud. Something like that is we could end up having a situation here where a tornado develops quickly here from the severe thunderstorm. So just continue to be vigilant here, obviously, with this type of situation. Again, funnel cloud, level before you actually get down to the ground. And then, if that gets down to the ground, that's actually a tornado. But rotation looks a little weaker here, but we're pretty far from the radar. 53 miles an hour, 39 miles an hour here as we're looking at the overall information. Just appreciate everybody here tuning on in. Right there on Thalman there, Georgia Highway 32, Glen Avenue, Main Road, Boggy Road, Alpine Road here. Some of the different zones being, impacted here by some inclement, maybe dangerous weather. Again, we also had a flash flood warning here for Pierce County to 12:15. More of this rain, this train of rain. I mean, look at these, multiple, some of these areas we used to cover back out here. Of course, we do cover in here, and then this is going to go into the south and east potentially. Maybe we get more flash flood warnings all over the coast, maybe another polygon or two. Something along this line. I mean, that's actually Charleston up there, the Weather Service, but, that's not our area in McIntosh County. But you can get the idea here where maybe we get another box later on with all this train here of rain just kind of coming on in here to the picture. Just something to be very mindful of. Looping it over the last hour or so. I mean, we had that rotation show up there just northwest of the area with that, shear marker with the aberrant product. And, we got the severe thunderstorm warning. That kind of went away before that got in our area with the actual rotational marker there, but still interesting to see that. I haven't seen that too much here since I've had this system last few weeks in our area. So definitely noteworthy. It was definitely notching on up there. I mean, you could kind of see it on our other source here. Reflectivity. We'll loop it back. I mean, you could see that notch, and I'll even go back an hour. We'll loop that an hour here. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. So that little inflow notch. Okay, so I-95 here. Just going to be watching as it kind of approaches that area. Just got to be cognizant. Just really trying to pay attention here. Again, there's your day 1 SPC outlook. Don't have a formal rest for day 2 right now, but we'll keep watching. Nothing for day 3 either on that Father's Day, but that wind risk here today. We need the rain, but we don't want, inclement weather here. So just some different trends to watch, obviously. Got some more stuff back out there. And let's go back to the radar. I'm going to pull up our forecast model again. I don't know, the initialization on here doesn't seem great, but it keeps shifting things around. I think it might be lost. This is the HRRR, and every time I show it, it says something different, to be completely honest here, because now it's showing it last into the evening. That's a very tricky meteorological setup here. So, again, just going to continue to give you guys the latest here with the, real-time look at radar. That's all we can really do as we're looking at the overall meteorology. So, it's just, a tricky pattern. It's just, you have to kind of play it out here as it goes. I mean, I know the extended run's coming out here. The 12Z, I'm looking at behind the scenes, and it really starts to form stuff back toward Tallahassee pretty quickly here. And it does kind of diminish it there by like maybe 7 o'clock tonight, something like that. And more formation in the night is what it's showing on my end right now around Tallahassee. We'll see everything. I mean, these models are, the HRRR is what I'm talking about right now. It's just, it's a tricky situation. It's trying to give Wakulla County now, multiple inches of rain in the overall pattern here. But again, there's not a lot of confidence here with some of these models right now, to be completely honest, because they have had trouble here with this for our area the whole way. So just have to watch things, the real-time trends on radar. I mean, there's a remnant of a tropical system, and you always just kind of watch the radar to see how things trend here, frame by frame, hour by hour, really, as the situation progresses. Let's get over to the broad brush here. Okay, this stuff might be what we end up having to watch later on. Again, that's going to be more north of area for a while, but eventually, you can kind of see how this box is drawn, with the special weather statement in Alabama. Maybe it kind of drifts further south than how I'm drawing that. Have to kind of wait and see. Again, all clear around Stark, Gainesville. You guys are wondering, like, oh, why am I on so early? But no, there's nothing going on here, really, in terms of any rain into north central Florida. It is pretty warm. We'll go over to the temperatures here just to give you guys an overview. Into the 80s. Just, didn't really cool off that much in the night there. And then those feels like temperatures. Already feels like the triple digits here in Cross City before 9:30. You see some outages there. Pierce County now, we do have some outages showing up. That's noteworthy there. Let's see some of the Dakota cloud tops, try to figure it out this way here, meteorologically. See that one area there in southeast Georgia really come, more apparent there in the last few frames, give or take. Another area back in Alabama there. And I got a viewer watching. Just be safe. They're talking from Baxley there. Yeah, it's just been an active morning there towards southeast Georgia in general. So, again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed on all the different platforms here. Got 38 of you guys watching on YouTube. Just appreciate you tuning in here and trusting me. We're going to jump back on over to the Doppler right now. Warning officially goes until 9:30. I know, viewer from Baxley, Baxley is not officially in our area, but I'll just show real quick. You see some lightning there. And definitely some rough weather up there as we look toward the north there. Flood advisory for parts of Appleton there, and special weather statements in that region, and there's more coming in on them. Just whenever thunder roars, you need to be indoors. It's a rough morning up that way. So, and just not severe warning, just not fun weather. I mean, who wants to have this kind of weather, a holiday, morning here, and you have just all this going on, that 3-day weekend. I mean, I guess maybe it's good, if it was just a heavy rain and you didn't have the flood threat, maybe it's good sleeping weather, but then you have heavy rain and you have lightning, maybe a wind thread, and yeah, it kind of gets a little bit tricky on us. So, we just have to continue to watch things. I know. Let me check the Tallahassee radar. Put oscillators down, but let me go ahead and you see some stuff just north of the area there. We'll watch them, but we're gonna hit that Jacksonville radar. We'll see if they extend this because 9:30 is when that's set to expire. Okay, so we have a special weather statement. So they're going to go with that versus a new severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. Okay, so let me check some of the details on that. At 9:27, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Thalman, or 8 miles northwest of Dock Junction, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Wind gust up to 50, a possibility in here right now. So wind gust up to 50 miles an hour, moving southeast at 25. Let me go ahead and do a track on this here. Some of the worst of this. I don't see as much lightning in here as some of these recent scans on this area, but Brunswick, St. Simons, next little bit with some of these impacts. We're going to put some of the small communities on here as well. Quite a few of them. Strong thunderstorm, but not severe now, according to the latest. Let me remind you guys of a coverage area as we watch things, as we monitor things here this morning. Just appreciate you guys tuning in here, trusting me. You can see we're, watching things for Southeast Georgia. That's where our focus has been this morning here, for sure. Let me go ahead and just continue here to watch. You see a flash flood warning there to 12:15 for Pierce. That does continue. That does continue as we're looking at things. So we need to be careful with that. And I'm going to go to some other ways to look at the rain. Let's go to the flash flood risk first, though. Next 2 hours, you see high risk there in parts of Pierce County. So elevated toward Patterson and Offerman. Our friends there to the north up toward Alma, it's a very high risk, unfortunately. Up in toward that zone. They've had a lot of rain, maybe more trying to come in. We'll see, but we're concerned about our coverage area here and for parts of Pierce County. So that rapid water rise, a possibility. Now, it's a scenario here. It's a scenario where we're in more rural areas in a lot of cases. So at least it's sitting right in the, areas with the more concrete in general. Not as much concrete there because then it would be harder for the water to go down and be more dangerous. But do have a flash flood warning there. Got some wind there back to the southeast. That's a little more apparent in toward Glen. You see a flood advisory now for parts of Brantley, parts of Wayne, parts of Glen. A little bit of a step maybe below that flash flood warning or a flood warning. You see gusts about 50, about to cross the 995 here soon in Glen County. You see this flash flood situation. Let me loop this to last hour. A little bit heavier here earlier on. It looked like in general it's still very heavy in a lot of cases. Probably can't tell that much if you're under it, but it looks like the extreme rates are not quite as apparent in some of these areas now. I think we're starting to get some back building to the south though. Let's look here. We're starting to get some back building to the south toward Waycross a little bit. So we're just continuing to give you the updates. Nothing too crazy yet with that, but we'll just have to watch the trends. Have to watch the trends here meteorologically. Let me go ahead and go remind you guys of the covered area again. Just trying to give you guys that very latest here. Just looking through some model guidance behind the scenes here. Try to give you an idea of what could, be expected here as we look ahead. Just getting that together for everybody. So, okay, so we're gonna say the Baron 3K. I caution you, it's not handling things good at the beginning, but it's showing a lot of storm action later on. So let's just kind of. None of the models are doing all that, great. ARRR, we've been showing that a bunch, and at points it was doing great, and then it fell off, and Roy's had trouble here recently with some of the overall action. But we're going to see how this tries to show more intensification as we get through the day here. And then as we get towards Saturday, we get more action forming once again there on doorstep potentially. And you see more of it coming on through here. So, and then Father's Day here, we started to see some more action to the north and west, but it shouldn't be as vigorous overall. But we'll just continue to track things here as the situation goes on. Just have to watch those real-time radar trends. Just have to watch some of those real-time radar trends. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here this morning. We have, it looks like 52 of you guys watching right now on YouTube. Just appreciate you tuning in here, trusting me on this Friday morning. It's all about protecting you, informing you, your friends, your family. Just make sure you hit that like button, that subscribe button there, so more folks are able to see this coverage here in the future, whether it's, just yourself in terms of, some of that, but just, as more folks subscribe and like to other people see this and come up in their feed more often so they can be alerted here to potential severe weather concerns. So again, just continue to track things here with me as I'm just going to check to see some more different sources. Just really do appreciate everybody tuning in here, trusting me. Again, we have that flash flood warning still. And we're looking towards southeast Georgia. So very, very heavy rain for parts of Pierce County. Let's go through some of the hydro products again. The rain rates here, pretty excessive. Talking about, we had the constant rate for the whole hour, and some of this has been pretty heavy, maybe not at this level all the time, but, I know one estimate showing 4, so, it's showing 4-inch rates an hour, definitely getting up there multiple inches here in an hour in parts of our area there, in parts of northern Pierce County, so that's why we have the flash flood warning in play. Just, this may be underdoing it some here because we're so far from the radar, but as I'm scrubbing through some things, I'm looking at some different products, and some of our banners aren't necessarily going to come up here because some of these I haven't used before here in terms of some of these products. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to give you an idea of what could be kind of happening in toward that vicinity. Just again, trying to keep you up to date. We have that severe risk here today. That flood risk definitely in there, that high risk of flooding in parts of our area, parts of Pierce County. So see out toward parts of Glenn County, the area, that special weather statement. We had the severe thunderstorm warning. We had that weak rotation showing up there. Our shear marker, rotation marker there. It jumped off the screen, but we're just going to watch there as this gets off the coast on that lead edge. But still more of this heavy rain coming on in. Again, not great with some of this training, but the trends keep bouncing up and down a bit here in the overall pattern. Again, this is our far northern area here for parts of Pierce, but Patterson, Offerman, flash flood warning till 12:15. Let me go ahead and keep looking through some things here. I know some of these areas here over the last week. Let me take the alerts off. Had a decent amount of rain. This is last week, so it's a little bit different than what I've been sowing, but some spots in our area, not that much rain. This spots are quite a bit here as we track. Got a 2-day here, and a lot of that's been more, up to the north here with some of these totals, but again, this train of alerts here. Ben Hill and Irwin, that was part of our area, before we enhanced things with the Barron Links upgrade and, switched things back at the beginning of May with the coverage area here, but, that flooding threat up there, Coffee, and we have Coffee with another, and this window gets into our area with Pearson and some adjacent zones, but just, you don't normally see 4 flash flood warnings all lined up like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have an advisory down here. Just continuing to give you the latest. I know we've had most of our storm reports have been west of our area. And these are set for the last, I think, 12 hours. Let me look here. Yeah, let me do, we'll do 24 hours because I want to add some toward the south here. We had some of that stuff we were on for yesterday down there, but still, compared to other parts, I mean, all the flooding, wind, this was in our area some, but been pretty good, but we're going to start getting more issues. This is, toward Bacon County. They had 1 hour rate on, looks like a weather station there, 2.33 inches. So that's a sign of what we're getting. If, maybe even, just on the low end compared to what we're going to be getting there with some of these numbers, the actual rain gauges in parts of Pierce County. So. Again, continuing to give you guys the latest here this morning as we loop things around. It's all about trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, your family, inform you, your friends, your family. We'll go back a little bit on the radar because we'll go back. Let's go 3 hours back because we had some accident earlier on, waking up to hearing the warning to the north and west earlier on. We had one warning that barely clipped our area. And then, we had a warning right after that did get in toward our counties here a bit, and we were on for that and jumped off for a while, and then having to jump back in again with that severe thunderstorm warning toward Glennon, parts of Brantley County, and then a situation when that went away, we had, that concern still lingering for the flash flooding here as we're looking toward parts of Pierce County. So, again, just continuing to watch this train of moisture here. Seeing how things evolve. We'll try a future cast here, and it's not picking up on some of that stuff to the north. I mean, I'm going to zoom out real quick on this one. Let me just try that one more time. This is not picking up on that stuff there to the north. As we go ahead, and we're just going to have to watch the trend here. Have to watch these radar scans moment by moment. We may end up getting some of this here. Let me check to see my other source. Let's see if any of these have been upgraded to considerable. That's a higher level of flash flood warning. That's the one that has to go off on your phone. Not yet. So that's a good sign, at least, when that becomes more life-threatening, more, imminent. I mean, a regular flash flood warning is pretty imminent, but becomes more imminent even when we get the higher end type of alerts here. So, because we have considerable, we have catastrophic, which would be a flash flood emergency, but we're not to those levels yet. Just have to continue to be mindful, though. Just be continuing to watch. As I'm moving around here, Weather Center, just a one-man band, looking at some of the different computers. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Just zooming around here. Very heavy rain. Patterson, Offerman, US 84. Sunny Road, ironically, not sunny right now, but Thomas Road, Knight Road, Main Street. And a lot more rain there on the periphery, but just going to keep watching the scans. I mean, you see all that heavy rain with some of these totals. These might be on the low end, but since it's we have so many different products, we can tell it the estimated rainfall, but just trying to keep you guys informed here. I know we have that rain chance here today. We have that for tomorrow. And then Sunday, it's a little less for that Father's Day. And it really starts to dry out as we get into next week. We have that lightning around. Of course, these downpours, I don't want to be out anyway, but lightning is whenever thunder roars, even if it's in the distance, just go indoors as lightning can strike miles away from a parent thunderstorm. Just so important to keep in mind. Let's go to power outages here again. See Pierce County. See some other zones too, but let's check how many are actually out there in Pierce in terms of some of the actual numbering. It's not actually shown on this product. Sometimes the timelines run a little bit different with the updates. This just got updated a few moments ago, so maybe doing a little bit better. Let me check the percentage. Well, it shows it there, so a handful out maybe into that zone. Quite a bit out over there toward the west. That's, just outside of the zone covered area, but still officially have that in our covered area with that flash flood warning for Pierce until 12:15. So we're going to keep watching things with Patterson and Offerman. This is not a fun situation for you guys whatsoever over there in that vicinity. Just checking for any updates here. Just always got to be mindful. Now this product here, we're going to try our future scan. We have these different tools. I mean, we have the severe risk today, but let's get over toward the nowcast. Well, give me a moment here. What I'm going to do is to actually go to the next 2 hours. I know it says past the hour, but this is what, could happen. A simulated radar if things were to continue to move in the same direction for the next 2 hours. So, again, just try to give you guys the very latest here. Just trending over some of these same areas to some degree. It's not going to be exactly right. Some of that stays a little north, potentially. Not a guarantee, but just trying to give you a look at simulated radar for the next 2 hours based on what the current radar view gives us. Okay, new special weather statement for parts of Peterson, Brantley, and Ware. Let's see the latest on that. Let me get back to the single site radar. Okay, Doppler was tracking a strong thunderstorm in the Blackshear, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Let's get on in there. Right there on Blackshear, we see a little bit of wind enhancement. Nothing too crazy, but maybe gusts to 40 is what they're saying. Moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Let's try to do a track on that here. Just want to make sure I angle this right. Just kind of watching the movement here the best I can. See Blackshear, Hoboken, Nahunta here potentially being impacted as we look ahead in the timeline. Blackshear again right about now, but Hoboken there, Nahunta going to be getting into some of this here. As we monitor things, I know some of these areas we hadn't got into it too much down toward Nahunta and Hoboken, but that's going to start to change here over the next little bit. Just appreciate you guys watching, all 50 of you guys watching there right now over on YouTube. Just, here on Clouds Weather, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, your family, inform you, your friends, your family of the very latest. A little bit of wind enhancement back out here. Have to watch that because that could end up being something here. The angle's trying to look here at it, but this looks like it's wanting to go a little more easterly. Our estimator is down. I'd switch over to that, but I know officially still a flood watch out toward Decatur County. No flood watch in here. This kind of set up here on us a little bit in terms of the overall, real-time scenario. As things kind of come, together here, they came together meteorologically. Have to watch the trends moment by moment. Let me go ahead and look here. Some of these numbers, and those are probably underdone. Let's pull up excessive rainfall flash flood risk today. I mean, it's interesting how that is on here. That's a lot higher to the west, but we have this coming on in here in towards southeast Georgia. Just how things go. Another rest tomorrow on that Saturday. On Sunday, not as much, I know. Some different other weather patterns setting up further back, but weather players here with the meteorology, I should say, really, but to just try to give you guys the latest here, Father's Day weekend and the like. Just toggling between some stuff because some of this I haven't had a chance to look at myself because we're just so busy in the weather center here. I was on about 2 and had, some stuff I was watching and then got back up here when we heard that alert go off to the north before 7, so. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. Could be a pretty long day here in the weather center. Just trying to keep you informed. That lightning, looks like we're seeing some recent strikes here. One near US 84. Got one. Well, this is not what you want to see because it's kind of like it's not blue out, but the idea of a bolt from the blue is whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors because if this were to be a cloud to ground strike, this could really, cause somebody to be, you know, be injured, be really caught off guard near Aldridge Road, near the Slatterville area there, inward parts of the covered area, inward parts of Brantley County. So, gotta be kind of careful. Gotta be kind of careful. I'm gonna do some measuring with that because, and that just happened. I mean, it's 4 miles from some rain, 4 miles, 8 miles. I mean, that's not what you want to see. Obviously, that's why we have always encouraged you guys is to the lightning safety backup. Whenever thunder roars, just need to go indoors here as lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. So again, just got to be really cognizant here of what's going on. Officially no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but we have the flash flood situation. Have that flash flood situation there as we're looking toward parts of the coverage area. So just continuing to track things here with that toward parts of Pierce County. See Patterson, Offerman, still some very heavy rain. 5 inch an hour type of rates. May end up getting, let me look down here. It's not a train, but at least maybe a flood advisory down here toward Blackshear, I would think. Flash flood warning, the more imminent type of concern now. This lightning kind of getting off the coast there, off of Glen, off of McIntosh a little bit too, but see just some more moisture coming on in here, so not really what you want to see with the flood threat. Of course, a lot of us locally know, but if you happen to be watching our local coverage from areas not in our zone, this right here is a part of Brantley County. We had a wildfire situation. There. It's not fun at all here. All those homes being lost as we get in really tight. It's not fun. Not a fun scenario at all. You see there around Browntown Road, Old Post Road, just not fun there. With all that happening. Again, we're going to keep watching things with no severe thunderstorm warning right now. We have the flash flood warning. That threat could last for a while longer. We're going to leave the stream going here. And if we get some more warnings, more updates, like on the flash flooding, if it, intensifies in terms of maybe getting upgraded or see some more alerts, we'll cut back in here immediately to give you guys the latest. But that flood risk still elevated to high for parts of Pierce County. But, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. And again, I'll break back in here as the conditions warrant. It's just I think we could be pretty busy today, so after a while, I just don't want to just use all my energy up. It's a one-man band here. Use all my energy up on this, and then we end up having a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings later on, and it becomes a little bit tricky here, in terms of just my energy being a little bit on the lower side. Trying to give you guys the very latest. It'll be very important to give you guys those imminent details. We have a new significant weather advisory for parts of Clinton until 10:45. So we look down in here, parts of Ware. You see to the north as well with some of that. So check the Tallahassee view on here. Just to watch because some of these could start going severe on us. We're at 83 degrees here east of Stark right now where I'm at in Bradford County. Just checking our thermometer. Just going to continue to give you guys the latest here on the scenario as things do evolve. I know Seeing some new flash flooding back out here, and it might be a sign of some things to come further downstream later. We'll see. Again, the model's not handling things great here with some of this. Let's get back to the Jacksonville view. We'll set this here, and we'll kind of loop it. And we'll keep it going. Obviously, that flash flood warning continuing for parts of Pierce County to 12:15. So, need to be very mindful here of that. Need to be very mindful here. I think I might set the loop a little bit slower, or not slower, but a little bit lower in terms of the time back. So it just keeps the flash flood warning up the whole time. So we kind of leave that on the screen for everybody so you guys do know there's some concern here with the actual warning on parts of the area. So that's kind of the storyline for now. We're going to wrap it for the time being, but keep the stream going is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it going on the different platforms here, and we'll be back here as the conditions warrant. I just appreciate you guys tuning in, trusting me. See if there's any more questions, comments. Don't see anything, but just appreciate you watching, whether it's on Facebook, Twitter/X, YouTube, or Twitch. Appreciate you guys. I see 42 watching right now on YouTube. Just appreciate all of you guys tuning in, trusting me here. And I'll be breaking back in here as warranted through the day. It's looking pretty busy. Got all that flooding concern there in South Georgia, that flash flood warning for Pierce, until about 12:15. So it's got to be very mindful here of the situation. Got to be very mindful here. And we'll be back here as those conditions warrant. But for now, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. Just looking here at the Doppler scans, watching some of that wind, watching some of that actual, rainfall come in. Let me move this down just a little bit here so I can put my windshield up here occasionally when I'm trying to track some stuff. We'll be looking here at some of the different buttons here as the conditions warrant, as we give you guys that very latest. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back here. As it is necessary. Make sure you hit that subscribe button there on YouTube, and hit that like button on the video as well, as we continue to keep you up to date on the very latest. See if how things evolve here in terms of the meteorology, watching the energy levels, just watching the overall parameters, and we'll see how things go. This trend of the moisture not great, in terms of those, high rainfall rates going over similar areas of the totals. So gotta be vigilant. Remember, turn around, don't drown. If you're in a flash flood situation, don't go into a flooded road there, because if you get stuck and you try to get out of your car, only 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down here. So most flood deaths do occur in vehicles. Just turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. So we're watching that there around Offerman there, and that overall vicinity of our Pierce County zone there, northern Pierce County to 12:15. So please stay safe. I'll be back here as necessary. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here on this Friday morning. Another flash flood warning now popping up for another part of Pierce County. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Our power is just flickering, by the way, in the studio. We're in North Central Florida, so I don't know what that was all about, but we're good. Nothing to do with any weather really going on right now where we're at, but we're still on, I think. So again, you can see Pierce County there until 1:45 as we track here a flash flood warning there in play in towards southeast Georgia. So at 10:39 a.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain there across the warned area. Between 3 to 4 inches of rain have fallen, and additional amounts of 1 to 2 are possible in that warned area. So areas around Blackshear being impacted in terms of some of this. As we give you guys that very latest information, you can kind of see here as we look in toward parts of Pierce County. You can already have the existing flash flood warning there toward the north until 12:15. A lot of heavy rain there around Patterson and Offerman up US 84, but as we get down here now to 1:45, again at 10:39 a.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain there across the warned area. Between 3 and 4 inches of rain have fallen, additional amounts of 1 to 2 possible there. So, up to 6-inch totals possible there as we're getting in toward that area. Flash flooding either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So, something to be very mindful of here. Let me go ahead and broaden that view out here just a little bit as we're giving you guys the latest on the overall situation. I'm going to go to some of our hydro products here. Let me go ahead and give you guys a look at some of these 6-hour totals here toward some of these different spots. I mean, that's 5 inches. But let's just go, let's see here, 1 hour even. I mean, those 1 hour estimates are pretty aggressive there down toward Blackshear. That color table, by the way, is a little bit off. So I'm going to have to figure out what's going on there. But because that's showing 4 inches on this mode as we're looking and as we're tracking things. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on the overall situation. We're just trying to keep you informed. Again, 5 inch an hour rate. So if it rained constantly for an hour, that's 5 inches there as we're looking at the overall information. So again, just trying to keep you informed. Again, multiple now 2 flash flood warnings here within the coverage area. I know, got a viewer talking about some of the different weather radio channels available. Yeah, those weather radios going off for those flash flood warnings for sure. And if we have any more severe thunderstorm warnings as we look ahead, definitely possible. I know a lot of just heavy rain right now, but we'll look at the velocity here, the wind mode of the Doppler. You see a flood advisory getting out toward Brantley County's way, and you see some wind enhancement here as we look, out toward parts of some of these zones here as well, like in Wayne County. So again, we're watching things for 38 counties, which, right now Pierce is the one that's under the flash flood warning, for both of these. One is just for Pierce, and the other one includes some adjacent zones as well, just north of our area, Bacon and Applin and Wayne. But again, just trying to keep you informed here on the very latest. Just trying to go between some of the different scans here. You can see more of this training convection. This is what's so concerning. You see flood watches toward the north, but let's look here at all that coming on in here. This is not what you want to see. The models did not really pick up on this quite, as it's setting on up, but they're never going to be exactly right, but, they were pretty far off. Look at some of the higher res guidance compared to what we're actually seeing here with the real-time meteorology. So again, just something to be very mindful of here as we look, as we give you guys those latest details. Again, looking into toward parts of Pierce County, a flash flood warning there until 12:15, including Patterson and Offerman there. That includes parts of that zone as I look at the very latest. We're going to go ahead and read over that statement from earlier on. I was just way back at 9:13. We were on at about 10 o'clock with this one and some other action in that area before we went off, and now jumping back in for the flash flood warning here down toward the south. We have the special weather statement for some stronger storms, but that flash flood warning there going until about 1:45 p.m. So just trying to keep you guys up to date. Remember, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. But this flash flood warning here, as we click around, you can see Doppler radar, indicated 2 to 3 inches of rain that had fallen there, an additional amount of 1 to 3, the possibility. Going to 12:15 for northern Pierce, and then the newest warnings for, as they get down in here, west central Pierce until 1:45 at 10:39 a.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain there across the warned area. Between 3 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Amounts, additional of 1 to 2 possible in the warned area as flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. As flash flooding can occur there in small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses, other poor drainage, and low-lying zones. So just got to be very vigilant here when we're tracking a situation like this. Just all this train of moisture here, all this, I know on some more maps it's water vapor. We're talking about high precipitable water values. We can see the colder cloud tops on our satellite product here as well. You're able to see some of that here in some of the more recent views of that as it kind of comes back on in there, from areas here further up southeast Georgia, much more in central Georgia, and then dipping on down and seeing some of that on that overall perspective. Let's go ahead and see the power outage information here. You can see about 1.5% in the dark in Pierce according to this. So I'll go ahead and jump back on over here. I'm going to go ahead and jump back on over. We'll be able to show you some more of this information. It's about 100 customers in the dark, but just to the north, that's 1,000 there. And then you have, it looks like 100. Just kind of look there. But in our area, Blackshears County, it's about 100 customers in the dark. As we look here, as we keep you updated. Yeah, there's a lot of rain in here. This is just so much moisture. It's really concerning. Because we have more of this kind of back building on in. We may end up seeing some of these eventually get to considerable here. That's enough to actually get a flash flood warning to go off on your phone. Used to, you'd get them to go off for the base flash flood warnings, but that hadn't been the case for a while. But just as we see all this kind of trending on in here, some of these areas really hard hit by Helene, by the way. I know we're kind of going way back in the timeline, but that, impact was felt in southeast Georgia as well. So many trees were down there on that eastern periphery of things. This is not that type of level of event, but I'm not liking my trends here in terms of, areas you're going to exceed a half a foot here of rain probably in towards southeastern Georgia, some of these different zones with this, train of moisture coming on in. Definitely problematic. Some of this might dip a little south. I know I'm kind of drawing a little bit further up. Let me just kind of loop this around. That looks like some of that's kind of dipping a little south on here. Let me draw these arrows a little bit better here for everybody. Maybe it's dipping more, on the southern periphery of things with some of these polygons that we've seen. Something like that, maybe. We'll be watching the word Waycross and Ware County. I know, just continuing to monitor things. Again, we now have multiple flash flood warnings, too, in our covered area. Okay, so we have 12:15, we have 1:45. We have the special weather statements as well because some stronger gusty winds possible in here as well. I know I keep clicking on some of those. And I have 46. So these are starting to pick up a little bit. Some of these scans. Have to see if, if we get closer to 60, we may get a warning here, a severe thunderstorm warning again toward like parts of the area as we're looking up here into southeast Georgia's way. I know it's a situation, of course, that's Brantley County. This is Pierce County. We end up having to watch up into toward Pierce County here, as we continue to track things. So let's just go ahead and keep on looking a little bit longer here. Again, a new flash flood warning. A lot of the heaviest rain right now, not necessarily in this box, but just got to be cognizant. A lot bigger flash flood warning in the north. We just have so much heavy rain still getting across US 84, Offerman and Patterson here. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed with the very latest. Again, seeing all this activity going on in. I know situation where we have, the drought situation to multiple flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. That's how it can be sometimes, that switch there in the meteorological pattern for parts of the area, but not everybody's getting this. I mean, let's go to the home view here. I know we're going to broaden it out, take the windshield away, and you can see how a lot of area down here not getting into it. Eventually, later on, we may, but, we have the drought scenario here, and I'll kind of go over to some of our different buttons. So significant down to the south, not as much up north, but I mean, it was terrible. We had a fire back in, April, and we're close to that. Down there, we had all the homes lost, of course. And then let me go ahead and we're going to go with this now. We're going to go to our forecast model. You can see the development maybe coming in. It's not been handling things great, but we're just going to have to continue to watch the trends here. Looking through some of the comments, I see, yeah, definitely were a lot of damage reports in Southeast Georgia, South Carolina there. And some of that, wind impact last 24 hours, looking back with some of those. But let me go ahead and we'll move away from the forecast model for now. And you see that again, what I was showing up that way. Let's go ahead and get back over to the Doppler. See if there's any more questions, comments here. As we give you guys the very latest. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. I know we have some areas of weak rotation we'll watch here. We'll just continue to update you guys on the scenario, as conditions warrant, obviously. Again, just trying to keep you informed here. Let's see some of these different reports. I'm going to tilt this back. Look at this report right here, just outside of the area yesterday, McIntosh County. I know our maps, the way it tilts, it makes it look like it's in our county, but technically it's not. It's just outside of there. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. You can see our flash flood warnings. 12:15 is all this rain still coming across Merced and Bristol and Aspinwall and Offram and Patterson. More coming in, from the northwest. Eventually it sacks off a good bit for now, so that'd be good. Maybe this one dips south, but then that adds concern. Maybe a black shear later. We'll see. The angles can be tricky here, but we start getting severe thunderstorm warnings here pretty soon with some of these if these wind numbers start jumping up on us. So that's not too bad, but that one is. That's concerning up that way as we look up toward the north. So I have to continue to watch things. You see around Nichols there. We're just going to watch those overall trends. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, like on YouTube there, just make sure you do that. That way you can see more of my coverage here in the future in terms of some of our severe weather scenarios that we watch, whether it's flash flooding or, the traditional damaging wind gust potential. We don't necessarily get this much in the way of heavy rain across the area this time of day that often, this time of year especially. But here we are, the remnants of author, a boundary involved, and this is how things kind of go here meteorologically sometimes as we look at the overall setup. So just have to be very cognizant here. Again, watching all this moisture. Again, some of these are underdone a little bit, but you see some of these numbers, that's close to 5 inches, probably more like a half foot then in the word parts of northern Pierce County. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date more. This is coming more toward Waycross's way now. Just a lot happening on the Doppler. That's almost just severe. It's pretty high up, so, not 100% sure that's reaching, but it's going to start edging here into some of our counties here pretty soon. So we'll have to see if we get some severe thunderstorm warnings again. All this heavy rain, You know, you'd think things would be a little more stable, but I mean, let's see some of the temperatures as we look up toward like Waycross. They are down a good bit, Brunswick too, so we'll have to kind of see how much of this is reaching here in terms of the overall scenario. I'm going to check a different product. I'll put the radar back, but I'm going to check on my other computer here. I'm going to check our instability. I'm going to check some of that surface-based Cape values. Let me just see what's kind of going on up there. I mean, there's still some pretty high values up there despite all this rain that we've had. I mean, granted, I think they might be, you know, a little bit behind, but still around 1,000 joules per kilogram. But in North Florida, we have over 4,000 joules per kilogram in some spots of energy, so 4 times or more. So we probably have some, it just kind of makes it further south eventually. Stuff really might kind of get itself together here in the storm formation as we have peak heating. We're at 85 already, you know, where I'm at here in North Central Florida and toward Bradford County around Stark. So again, just something to be mindful of as we're watching things, you know, for our 38 counties here, just trying to give you guys that very latest to protect and inform you, your friends, your family. Right now, 2 flash flood warnings up in toward Pierce County there, you know, in the northern part of the viewing circle. So again, just trying to update you guys here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me. Just going to keep on monitoring the overall scenario. It's the top of the hour right now. Again, the reason I'm jumping back into the stream is we have a second flash flood warning scenario to 1:45. We already had this one to 12:15, and when the one to 12:15 looks like, you know, that's where we still have maybe more of the concern. I mean, Blackshear's more populated, but up in here we have just more of that moisture to higher totals setting on up. So it's not a fun picture here at all. You know, we have all this lightning still. As we look here, the different meteorological influences can definitely have an impact on things. I know our pressure here, barometric, 1,016 millibars. As we get up toward Waycross, it's 1,015 millibars. So not much of a difference there, but just kind of trying to look here at some of the different pressure patterns, because that can play a role, obviously. We've had, you know, the remnants of Arthur. You know, as you get up toward like South Carolina, the pressure is more like 1,010 millibars. As you get north some of those spots. Okay, we're getting some new updates in here. Looks like another flash flood warning popping up. I know I'm discussing about, you know, flood advisory there expiring for Douglas. I see a flash flood warning over there. Now they've been just getting some heavy rain in some of those zones. I know some of that's kind of trending more to the north there in Coffee. That's just outside of our area, but we have a new flash flood warning in our area here. Let me go ahead and look. This is, you know, covering US 84 more so as we look off toward the east. You know, again, we have special weather statements, and we have to watch to see if those get upgraded to severe thunderstorm warnings. But then we have the flash flood warning now to 2 o'clock. Flash flood warning to 2 now. Let me go ahead and read over this. Okay, this came in at 11:01. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2.5 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 are possible there in that box. And we're talking about areas like Blackshear and Patterson in the vicinity at least. I know US 84 though, definitely seen around the Owen community there. Owens Road, Shelton Road there, definitely seeing some impacts. As we look down here, Trudy Road, Main Street and Blackshear, just a heavy rain coming through right now. Caraway Street, Ware Street, Grady Street, Strickland Avenue. Again, some heavy, heavy rain. The latest scan just kind of pushing it back off a little, but you know, this every scan, and we don't have the better radar, which doesn't exactly help us right now. I'll make sure to see it's not coming up, but because it would be helpful to have a second opinion. No, it's not working, so gotta go back to the Jacksonville. I mean, they're both kind of, you know, their angles are not that much different at this point, but it would be helpful to track some of this further back a little. You see exactly what's kind of, going on a different angle, but you see 45 on the winds. Some of these are a little bit stronger in here though, so let me do some more on the pixel queries. I mean, that's severe there. So we might end up getting a warning. We'll see. Again, this is a tropical air mass, so looking pretty rotation. Not necessarily seeing it there. We had the one earlier going into Glen that had the rotation, so again, just going to continue to watch things. We have 3 flash flood warnings in our area, all for different parts of Pierce County. 1 to 12:15. As we look here, we have to 1:45. We have to 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock, 1:45, 12:15 with the different flash flood warnings. So, just remember, turn around, don't drown. Don't want to get into those roadways here, where water is just, it's so deep you can't see how, really deep it is. And then you get your car stuck and then you try to get out, and just remember 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. So just got to be really careful here in a situation like this. So just continuing to watch things here. Just continuing to track. Let me get back on in here. Patterson, we're watching you guys around there in Offerman. We have the different zones here, all these flash flood polygons, the rapid water rise potential. These aren't the most urban areas, but still got to just be careful. Remember, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads, as most flood deaths do occur in vehicles here. Just got to be really careful in these type of scenarios here that, the heavy rain, that high precipitable water, the high moisture values here, that heightened concern. So that's going to wrap it for this update, I think. But we'll be back probably with some severe thunderstorm warnings. Might be pretty quick. Hopefully not. But, more flash flood updates, of course, through the day here on the different platforms. Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts. Facebook, Cloud Weather. Twitter/X at Cloud Casey. YouTube, Cloud Weather. Of course, we're, most of us, it looks like watching right now. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. You have the website there. You have the mobile apps. Just, we have the app there, Google Play. There, Cloud Weather, the Apple App Store is listed as Casey Cloud Weather. So just make sure you guys stay tuned for the latest updates, and I'll be back here on this stream through the day, as warranted. If we start to see transition more into Florida, maybe I switch streams here at some point. We'll play it by ear, but just make sure you're following the latest platforms. We have our full show at 5:30, and some of them are not in severe then. We may very well be, so we'll just kind of play it by ear as we look at the overall trends, the overall scenario here. Meteorologically, again, 3 flash flood warnings right now. So we have 1:45, closer in the Blacks here to the east till 2, and up north, Patterson and Offerman there till about 12:15. So a very busy picture here for sure as we look at the overall scenario. As we keep you guys updated, the significant weather advisories. We have just a lot going on here, and we have to stay weather aware. We have to stay weather aware. So I'm going to loop the radar around, and we'll be back here as the situation justifies here. As the situation does justify. We're just, updating you guys here on things. We're just going to keep on looking. We're just going to keep on tracking with that flash flooding. I mean, the 1 to 12:15, I'll leave that one up so I can keep the loop longer, kind of jump things around with our alerts. But we have the other alerts for 1:45 to 2. That flash flooding potential, that rapid water rise potential up there in Pierce County in southeast Georgia. So that's going to do it for the time being, but I'll pop back in here, of course, as it is necessary. So just keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll be keeping you guys up to date here on the very latest. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here. New flash flood warning now for parts of southeastern Georgia. Talking about Ware County here in our area now as we look until 3:15. So seeing that threat continue. All that rain is kind of training over similar areas here. Not a good combination. I know Atkinson, bacon, and coffee also into this, but in our area it's northwestern Ware. I'm talking about at 12:10 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches have fallen. An additional amount of 1 to 3 could occur. So flash floods either ongoing or expected to begin shortly there as we're looking Nichols, Dixie Union, Bickley there. That part of the viewing circle and, some points north of that too, just in the overall picture. So again, just watching things. You have your flash flood warnings for Pierce till 1:45 over here to the east. Looking around Blackshear until 2 o'clock as well. And then this one's now until 3:15. So another flash flood warning being issued for parts of the area. Just continuing to track things here. Let me go ahead and zoom back on in. We're going to look at the overall scenario as we kind of monitor things here very carefully. Let me go ahead and put a Jacksonville road mapping details up for this part of the viewing circle. And, these are Jacksonville area type of counties, even though southeast Georgia, you see Thigpen Road, South River Road, Lamar Music Road, Douglas Highway, so the Albany Highway in there as well. Again, that's a new flash flood warning for parts of Ware County there until 3:15. Excuse me, till 3:15. So again, just going to continue to give you guys the very latest here, tracking things very carefully as the situation does evolve. So looking at some of these dual pole rain rates here. These are some very high rates. If it were to sit over this axis for one area or for 1 hour, the same area, you're talking about 6 inches here. So it's not doing that exactly, but we're definitely getting up there with some of the totals. Let me pull up some of these updated rainfall estimates here over the last 6 hours. We're talking about 5 inches there, northern Ware County, getting up there in toward northern areas of Pierce County, about 5 inches. You see about 5 inches closer toward Blackshear, 4, a little more than that on that, and even further north of our area, we're talking about over half a foot of rain. So not a good situation, not a good combination here. As we're looking at the overall scenario. Look at all this lightning, by the way, starting to develop on the southern periphery around Folkestone here. So we're going to be monitoring things there in the north part of Charlton County. So we're just going to have to kind of watch to see if we can start getting some severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe downstream. We'll just have to continue to give you guys the very latest. You see some lightning around Tallahassee there. Sort of the Tallahassee radar. You see all that convection. I know this is probably an anomaly. Yeah, that's an anomaly. One of our shear markers showing up there, but that's not anything. But we have a bunch of convection out further back toward the west. So just going to continue to watch things here. See a bunch of lightning there in the north part of Charlton County there on Folkestone. Again, some increasing convection here. You see winds about 50 in that area. And in terms of temperatures, let's go ahead and pull those up. You can see here, looking at some of these different readings, getting up there more comparatively than Waycross and Brunswick in the low 70s. They're in the mid-80s around Folkestone and around St. Mary's. So enough to, maybe start to get this to approach severe limits here in terms of that wind damage threat. So we'll have to monitor that here carefully. Yeah, I don't like that pixel there. That's 50 in northwestern Nassau. So we may get a severe warning here sooner rather than later in terms of the thunderstorm activity as we're looking, as we monitor things. But that flash flooding has been the big threat here up north. That big threat up north there as we give you guys the latest details. So 3-hour estimates here, talking about 5 inches, give or take. I'd say the 6-hour, not that much different, a little bit more, but just in the last few hours, even 5 inches as we kind of look at things and as we track things here. Just a significant scenario in terms of that flooding threat. And we'll go ahead and look here at that flood risk. And it's a high risk right now, according to this product here in northern parts of Ware County on US Highway 82, Sappville, Waresboro, a Dixie Union there. So the Bickley area, Again, a high, or actually that's very high X on that color table. I still got to get used to some of these. As I look up there, I'm used to orange kind of, being like medium, but orange is high here and red is very high. So a very high flash flooding threat here toward this red zone here. The orange is high for blacks here for Waycross there. So we may end up getting a flash flood warning downstream, maybe for Waycross. We'll see. Right there in the ward, a more populated area. That's a strong wind signature, even though we're in cooler air up here, so it may have trouble reaching, but that's hurricane force. But I'm not sure if that would actually reach because we're more stable up there. Have to see what the weather service thinks in terms of that, because we've had all this rain. I mean, just over the same areas there as we're looking at the overall scenario meteorologically. So, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Look at some of the different rainfall estimates. This is Coffee County, 8 inches. I know we've had like a considerable warning further north and west being issued, and then just looking here, 5, 6 inches. You see that storyline for sure as we get on in here. Some very significant rainfall amounts here, half a foot or so. As things have just wanted to train on in. So I'm going to broaden that view out. We're going to go ahead and take the windshield away. We're going to just look here and have some, stuff that's not considered strong yet, but this is strong. You're almost severe on the periphery. That stuff up north is more of the flooding threat. And then let's go ahead and go to our forecast model here. And I know it's not really initializing quite right, but we're just going to watch that potential here as we look toward the different counties here with some of this convection to see how things evolve. We do have the risk there of severe weather. It's a 1 out of 5 on the scale. You can see there in that darker green. So, I'll take the alerts off from underneath, but you see our whole area there under that. Well, take that back. It looks like, is this a new update? I think it might be. Probably is. Yeah, they've trimmed it back because of the decrease in instability here to the north. So we actually just our far northern parts of where we've had some of this, flooding rain, and I'll put the alerts back up. And then parts of Pierce County, not necessarily under the risk, and parts of Glenn, as we're looking parts of Brantley as well. But mostly, we're still seeing that risk remain here. The wind risk is a storyline, not tornado for our area necessarily. Doesn't mean we couldn't get a quick spin up, but it's more up to the north there as you look on the map. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. You can kind of see some stronger winds here, just kind of a cause for concern as we look toward northwestern Nassau County. May end up getting a warning here pretty soon. So I just have to continue to monitor things. I know this video's been about Southeast Georgia, but we may start to see some stuff triangulate into the First Coast region, Northeast Florida here over the next little bit. So just got to continue to watch these trends here on the Doppler. In fact, let me give you a storm track on this because this is, it get in areas that haven't necessarily been seeing that rain. Let me go ahead and go to 6 hour. We'll go to the hydro. We'll go to 6 hour. And you can tell they haven't been getting the rain down here. That's about to change, though. It's about to change. And we're going to go ahead and the special weather statement. Moving east at 30 miles an hour. But really, there's a southerly component to this as well. Maybe east-southeast. Kind of track this on off here. I'm kind of doing my angles. So you see Hilliard there at about 1229. Kingsland there 1238. St. Mary's 1258. And Fernandina Beach 111. So again, just going to be watching the movement here of this over the next little bit as the situation progresses. And we continue to give you the latest details here on the ongoing scenario. And I'm just trying to watch the motion. Generally, I think that what I drew there is pretty good. I mean, it may be not exact, but with the angle, but just kind of trying to give you guys the very latest here. Give you guys the very latest on the situation. We could end up having a severe thunderstorm warning issued in that area next little bit, not out of the question. Tilt this back a little bit. Just continuing to give you the latest here on things. Again, all these flash flood warnings here up north. Pierce County, Ware County. Of course, these are out of our area further up, but just continuing to track things here. Looking at the different scans. Let me turn it back this way. Again, trying to keep you informed. There's a ton of lightning over here. This is looking way up into Tallahassee, but look at over here. Just scrubbing on some of this. You know, in Nassau County around Murray Road there. 53 miles an hour on the wind, so just under severe maybe, which is 58. You know, not too far from the radar. As we look here, you know, the radar's down here. So we're only about 1,500 feet up. Let me just look in here real quick. Saw some green and red, but I don't think that's any, it's not co-located with anything. It's just out ahead with the anomaly there on the radar. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed. All this rain here in northern fringes. Last 6 hours, but really, I mean, I'll go to 3 hour. You see, you know, 5 inches give or take. In 6 hours does go a little bit higher with some of this, but just a very significant rainfall. New significant weather advisory. It looks like the 115. They're not quite going here with maybe a severe thunderstorm warning yet. They're saying winds gust about 40. St. Mary's, Kingsland, Fernandina Beach, Hilliard, Keens Bay Base, Yulee, Keens Ferry, Amelia City, Dungeness there, and Cumberland Island. So watching that kind of move on off there. There's some strong acts and when thunder roars go indoors here in this type of scenario for sure. Remember when thunder roars, you know, go indoors because lightning can strike there miles away from apparent thunderstorm. So just be very mindful here. Let's look at power outages. See a few remaining in Pierce County. You know, we had the satellite pattern of presentation. You can see how we had that, you know, colder cloud type activity there, southeast Georgia's way. That's been intriguing to watch. And then get back to the Doppler right now, though. You can see flash flood warning parts of Ware till 3:15, Pierce till 1:45, another area of Pierce until about 2 o'clock. So just trying to keep you guys up to date here with the very latest. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here. Appreciate everybody trusting me. Going through all our different sources here available. Just trying to inform you guys here with the latest developments. We have the advisories down here, but we have the warnings up here that are more concerning with the flash flood. Still heavy rain coming on in. We kind of look at things here. You know, parts of the Blackshear area, some more coming back in, but in northern Ware, a little worse right now. Dixie Union, Haywood. You saw Bickley and Beach there in that, and then we may be, though, as I loop this, you know, we're watching the angle come in. I mean, some of this is, you know, not quite as wet back in here, but the angle is still kind of tricky. You know, still more moisture kind of pouring on in. It's a tricky pattern here. As we look at the overall meteorological pattern, we're just trying to keep you guys informed here. And then we have, let me go to the broad brush. See more stuff back out in here that'll, you know, we have some of the, you know, warmer temperatures at points, and we'll just have to kind of see how things transpire. So, you know, as that kind of comes on in, that could be a storyline later on. So, again, we're going to keep you guys up to date. We're going to go back to just on the radar for now, but then, break back in if we get some more alerts. So how about giving you guys the very latest here. So about giving you guys that very latest information to protect your friends, your family, inform your friends, your family here. As we move the map around a little bit, and we just try to keep you guys up to date on things here across our 38 counties. So the latest flash flood warning here is for where until about 3:15. So we're just gonna keep on watching things, keep on tracking things here. Let me just make sure you don't have any questions, comments, and I used to start now up to 89 degrees. So warming on up here. Definitely telling that story. Just appreciate you guys watching. Make sure if you haven't already on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on the video, so you'll be able to see this content more in the future, more other folks here, be able to see this as well in terms of it just, popping on up here, more people being informed for severe weather scenarios here, and just the normal daily weather too for our North Florida and South Georgia zones, our 38 counties. Try to give you guys that very latest. So now that's going to wrap it for right now. We're going to leave the radar running. I'll be back here as conditions warrant. So that'll kind of do it for the time being. Let me just put the sweep back on here. We'll loop this back around here over to the past hour or so. I know that's the one bad thing about doing that. We have our alert from earlier on coming up here. And we have our other alerts here, other flash flood warnings as well. So we're keeping tabs on those here in the Weather Center, the 2 for Pierce, the 1 for Ware, and, watching some other strong acts, and that could go severe in terms of damaging wind potential. We'll be here. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. That's the storyline for now. Just keep it right here on this stream. As those conditions warrant, if we really start to see things shift around, maybe we do a different stream later on, drop this one and then do a different one. Of course, we have our formal show at 5:30, assuming we're not in severe then. So, pretty busy day here in the Weather Center. Just stay safe out there, everybody. When thunder roars, go indoors, and remember, turn around, don't drown if you're encountering those flooded roads. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here. It's 12:40 on this Friday afternoon, this 19th day of June 2026. It's Juneteenth here, and we're unfortunately though seeing some severe weather potential arise here. As we're looking, we've had some severe warnings earlier on in the morning. We had flash flood warnings that we're still tracking, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning as we get off toward southeast Georgia's extreme southern parts and in toward that first coast region there, northeast Florida. So at about 12:36, a severe thunderstorm was located over Keens Ferry, 8 miles west of Keensland, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. St. Mary's, Keensland, Fernandina Beach, Keens Bay Base, Yulee, Keens Ferry, Amelia City, Dungeness, Cumberland Island, and Harriet's Bluff. So a new severe thunderstorm warning now to about 1:15. We'll go ahead and you'll be able to see it's Camden that's in here, of course, as well as Nassau County. Actually, a little bit of Duval. I didn't even notice that until just now. It does kind of go into Duval just a little bit there, the way they drew this polygon. So watching this here with our wind velocity mode. We're going to go ahead and take the warning information off for now, but we're watching some of these stronger winds. We were alluding to this just a moment ago when we cut in for the newest flash flood warning for parts of Ware. You can see here, just looking at some of these winds here, and that's not as strong up there, but these areas down here, a little bit more formidable. We're even seeing more formidable here at points here in some of our area. That was more further north, as we were seeing things in more stable air, so maybe not reaching, but down here more unstable, allowing things to reach down toward the surface potentially. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the scenario. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning to 1:15 as we're tracking things, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So let's go ahead. There's quite a few people in this, people vacationing maybe too, and just out of the beach in general to enjoy their, Fernandina Beach area. So we need to get folks inside and away from windows as we're looking at this type of situation. As we've had all the action in the north, but now dropping south here, as we're giving you guys the latest updates. The southeast at 35 miles an hour. Let me go ahead and we'll track that on out. So you see St. Mary's there, 12:43, Fernandina Beach, 1:03. So, right about now into St. Mary's Railway, but Fernandina Beach there in about 20 minutes, and then I'll go in here and I'll change our rank size. And you can kind of see areas like Becker there getting in this at 12:54, Yulee at 12:59. As we look at our storm track information, we do have areas there like Nassauville, 1:11. So I'm just kind of letting you guys know that overall storyline here with the overall meteorology and the meteorological pattern. So I know I'm trying to do my best here to give you the latest. I did only have probably about 3 hours of sleep, give or take, because we were, here. I was up till, live until about 2, and then, watching things here into the night, and then up before about 7 as we had some warnings come in from the north. So watching that situation very carefully here. I was, watching things even, saw a little area, it was closer toward somewhere around that 3 o'clock hour this morning. I was watching pulse up some, but then it pulsed back down. So yeah, I'm doing this for you guys there to keep you guys safe and informed. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So, we're just going to keep giving you the latest. It is a holiday, so some different folks maybe being on Interstate 95 here as we look at the overall picture. So definitely some different impacts there. 54 miles an hour, 57 now. So let's get down to street level with this. Right there near Evergreen around, it looks like the Amos White Road area. And then you also have areas here like Middle Road, Enchanted Way. So just kind of telling that story here, trying to tell that other story with the overall meteorology. Again, Fernandina Beach potentially in the path here. You have O'Neill, you have Amelia City, American Beach, Franklintown, Nassauville. Yulee there first off, coming on in here along the I-95 corridor. So the airport's down here, not quite to the airport necessarily. That's where our radar scan's coming from. But again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now as we monitor things. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So It's, very important here to just be mindful of some of these stronger winds as they come on in. Some of these dipping down in the northeast Florida there just a little bit. You get 54 miles an hour potentially. And then here's another strong pixel, 56 miles an hour. Again, just watching the overall progression. You see how we had some of the different advisories and now going up to a warning here for the wind potential. Again, just trying to keep you safe. So at 12:36, a severe thunderstorm is looking over Keens Ferry right miles west of Keensland, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. St. Mary's, Keensland, Fernandina Beach, Keens Bay Base, Yulee, Keens Ferry, Amelia City, Dungeness, Cumberland Island, and Harriet's Bluff. So for your protection, move to that interior room on the lowest floor of a building. As we're watching things here with the overall meteorology. Again, definitely tracking things here. You see all over I-95, there's some heavy rain, some gusty winds there in South Georgia. Maybe a little gustier in the southern periphery, though, headed toward the 95 corridor here in North Florida. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Continuing to give you guys the very latest here as things develop. Some more strong action here on this periphery. Just continue to watch. Just watching these different scans. Not seeing a lot of rotation, maybe a little bit, but not a whole bunch. We just have to keep on watching. Not really expecting that out of this. The threats for damaging winds here more than a tornadic situation. But we did have a tornado possible Ted this morning up there toward the Glenn County area. We had a, shear marker, rotational marker. So up here on our software, and we had that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag issued. So definitely just have to be kind of mindful here in these type of scenarios. Again, going to go ahead and broaden things back out. You have flash flood warnings to the north that we've been tracking. Some of these with the higher rates of rain, not necessarily seeing quite as much as we've been seeing within some of these boxes within our area. But things, obviously can fluctuate here. Can definitely fluctuate. Just have to keep looking at the scans. We're always giving you guys the latest here for our 38 counties. Just trying to keep you informed. Let me go ahead. I'm going to check here other source because I might try to pull up a traffic camera. The I-95 views here. Just a moment. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. I know we're live with you right now. Just trying to get the very latest on in here. Moving on in with some of this activity. Okay, so we have I-95 US 17. It's pretty rocky there right now. Let me get this switched over as quick as I can. I'm going to show you some of these conditions here on the other source. Looks like maybe some debris there on the road, potentially, as I'm looking at this up close. So it might have had, some of that wind be even a little bit stronger a moment ago. Florida 5-1 perspective, looking I-95 at US 17, mile marker 379.4. So this is in northern Nassau County here. Some strong winds coming on through, people, holiday weekend and, Juneteenth, Father's Day here, people out on the road here trying to get to their destination and encountering some of this inclement weather here. So definitely something to take note of. Seeing that camera move around some. Let me get some more camera views. I might try to get a little further south with them. Bear with me. It's just a one-man band here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. So gonna look here at this camera. This is I-95 south of US 17, mile marker 378.5. See some wet conditions, some of that wind picking up maybe in that area some. Again, trying to keep you safe. Just be very careful on the roads, obviously. Just trying to give you a couple visuals outside. 12:52 is the time here on this 19th day of the month here of June 2026. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're watching the Doppler. We're watching the severe thunderstorm warning till 1:15. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here with the very latest details, the very latest updates here. I am, doing a lot of sitting behind the scenes because I've been just tracking things here so long. But it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here, whether I'm on camera or I'm not on camera. It's just, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. You can see all this lightning. Parts of Camden County right now, eastern Camden. You see the Admiral's Walk area, Cypress Lake Estates. Grayfield there, Dungeness. See a marine warning popping up. System getting a little sluggish because we've been using it so much here, I guess. But again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. I have an advisory, by the way, back to the west now for parts of Madison. Parts of that area to about 1:30. So we have flash flood warnings. As we look to the north, a lot of it's really starting to fill in here. We have those warmer temperatures. We have those warmer temperatures here. Into the 90s here in a lot of northern Florida spots, or at least upper 80s. And let's pull up the forecast model. We'll be watching that potential. Hopefully it'll slack off later on, but we'll be tracking things here for you. The forecast is a little bit uncertain here with this unique setup with the leftovers of author, a boundary involved here. Let's see what's going on with this. Okay, so our severe thunderstorm warning has actually been canceled now. That's some good news. Okay, so we did kind of lose some of those brighter colors we had earlier on that were coming into play. They've kind of started to fade in like the last two scans, and even though we had some, pretty gusty winds on the traffic cam, not maybe just severe, and they've gone ahead and dropped the warning. So that's great news. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limit and no longer poses immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm. So Just going to continue to watch things here. Going to broaden that view back out. See some more stuff back out west. I went to flash flood warnings out there. We'll just have to see how things kind of translate here. And I can actually go a longer loop since I'm right here at the computer. So I'm going to go back 4 hours. Let's do national radar so we can see things better on the broader perspective. We'll go 4 hours back and just kind of want to watch how things progress here. See all that convection in southeast Georgia, but then the other axis kind of going a little more due south almost. I don't know. I mean, as I look at that here in motion a little bit better. Oh, in more recent scan, it's really dipping down there, so that's kind of interesting. You know, as you kind of look at some of this, I mean, it looks like at the end there, it almost is trying to get more southerly. I'm kind of hesitant to draw anything until I look at this motion a little bit better. You know, maybe something like this. What's that? You know, that goes west of our area in that case, some of that now. I mean, some of this doesn't. I mean, of course, it's already dipping on down, but, you know, as we look here. So there's a lot of different players involved here. You know, we have the instability, so, you know, definitely can get some severe warnings down more toward Florida, but, you know, a lot of rain coming together too, which can cause that flooding potential to expand some. A lot of that moisture available. Let's look at Madison County. Getting a little bit stronger out there. We may be getting close to a warning there in northern Madison County, depending on how things evolve here right on the edge. I know we don't have the velocity radar, so it didn't help, unfortunately. We'd get a better, you know, maybe a second opinion at least on this. But I'll just double check. It's still down. But as we go ahead and look here, just trying to straighten this up a little bit. Sometimes when I, move this tilt around, I have to kind of my eyes here when I'm, kind of a little bit, more tired, I guess, in terms of just being here for a while. I just want to make sure I get the tilt right, because if it's off just a little bit, it might kind of confuse the situation here just a tad. But that's popping a little bit stronger now in Charlton County, 57 around St. George area. You know, not too far away from St. George. There we go, popping up on the map. This is not even in the advisory, and just kind of popping up out ahead. But again, continuing to watch things. Okay, so we're going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking. There's an advisory now for it to 1:30. We're just alluding to. Let me go ahead and see what we have in terms of that. At 12:57, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm over St. George or 13 miles west of Callahan, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Gonna do a track on here. So east at 30. So Callahan by about 118 as that moves on into Nassau County. Could have some gusty winds around then. So right now what is left is 3 flash flood warnings here in southeast Georgia, where the rates are not as high as they were. You can pull that up, by the way, on the hydro mode, the hydrology mode, single site. Yeah, within these flash flood warnings, there's still some higher amounts of points, but it's more like an inch an hour or an inch and a half an hour, something like that. But as we go to storm total, you see some here, the half a foot there in northern Ware, 5 inches parts of Pierce, and then you get up here to the edge, and that's even, exceeding that a bit. So just north of the area here, we have, over half a foot, and then you have 8 inches. It's not a good situation here at all, to be completely honest. It's just excessive for sure. So just continuing to track things here. You know, if this gets a warning, we'll have to jump back in, obviously. Let me do a better click on here. Some of the brighter colors. Maybe to almost severe. I mean, that is severe officially, 58. You know, moving toward Callahan here next 20 minutes or so, as we were just alluding to. So if we need to jump back in, we will. I mean, been jumping back in a lot. So just keep it tuned here to cloud weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here on the very latest. Trying to monitor things the best we can. Just gotta be here for you. You know, as those conditions do warrant. That's what we're doing here in the Weather Center. Just trying to let you guys know here that storyline. It's just an active pattern for sure with the overall meteorology. So we'll cut back in here as warranted. Just keep it tuned here. Keep you up to date. Just watching all the different scans here. Tilt this back a little so we can get a little more of the area in here, and I'm just going to see exactly where I need to get with my tilt so I have it better angled. So again, we're watching things, we're tracking things here. And I'll have more updates as the situation requires. This is only a 15-minute lapse. Let me do an hour lapse. We'll do 5-minute increments. And we'll let it sit there for a few seconds at the end of each of those. So I'll be back here as warranted. Again, 3 flash flood warnings in southeast Georgia continue up toward Pierce and Ware. We have some other stronger storms that could get warned again here as the day goes on, you know, either in terms of just, you know, seeing maybe something refire, you know, at points if we start getting warnings on stuff. That one's headed over a water that we were, you know, just tracking though. But I'm talking about other storms here that, you know, we'll see if they pulse up, pulse down here, and we'll have more updates here if and as needed from the Weather Center. Just keep it tuned here for that radar stream though. That'll stay up here at least a little longer. Eventually, if we don't have any, you know, new updates, I'll stop that so we can get ready for some more of our coverage later on, our 5:30. So assuming we're not in severe around then. So keep it tuned to the different platforms of cloud weather, including the mobile apps. I'll be keeping you guys informed on the very latest.